limit. We have to go back. Back to the past. Time.
Good evening, Lunatics. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Tuesday evening. Sorry for the late start. Unfortunately, I am becoming a very old person. That is to say, I need more hours of sleep every day, and I need to remember I need to sleep earlier because I'm not a young person anymore. I just can't, like, stay up anymore. I can't just, like, be like, oh, hey, I just get 1 hour of sleep and I'm good for the rest of the day. No, I can't do that anymore. My body cannot take that anymore. I am dying from lack of sleep, not getting enough time for myself. Anyway, last time on Ace Attorney Investigations, we went back to the past, Miles Edgeworth, and we were all like, yo, we're in the past now, and like, I'm still working under Von Karma, and Manfred Von Karma is all like, yo, I need you to, like, persecute this one guy who works at this company. And we're all like, yeah, A-okay. Unfortunately, the guy who totally murdered a dude was all like, yo, I'm dead. And I'm also going to take out my lawyer while I'm at it. And we're all like, yo, it's a freaking double murder, except it might not be. And now we're just like, okay, well, like, we need to interrogate the judge because the judge apparently saw Gumshoe be all like, yo, I wasn't there. And I'm just like, yo, judge, you're an old man. Your eyes are like old. And when your eyes are old, you got like cataract or something. And you're like, oh, you know what? You're right. I have fog in my eyes. I can't see shit.
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines.
You know, all I'm thinking about is like, is the judge just like taking a whiz while looking out the window? Is this like the opening scene from like There's Something About Mary, where like Ben Stiller's character is taking a piss while looking out the window and seeing like a bunch of birds and it's just like being all serene? But unfortunately on the opposite side of the window is also like a lady getting like undressed and it makes him freak out, so he zips up his zipper on his dick. It's great. Why did I like that movie?
But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. I glanced down to shake the wiener, and he was gone. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Can you guys tell I'm on top form right now with my commentary? I can kind of feel it.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now.
What I saw at recess? Well, I was watching those silly Disney characters being all so silly during their TV show. During the recess, I went to the restroom.
Hold it!
Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to...
Why are we asking this? Why are we asking why did this man go to the bathroom?
Why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Or maybe, I knew it. You suspect me of some kind of tomfoolery, don't you? Please stay calm, Your Honor. And this is going to be much harder than I anticipated. I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see. I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away. Do you know what it's like to have to wear these garbs and sit all day? And why couldn't you? Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom. At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What was the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor. Okay, so since Bermsai is here, which by the way, thank you so much for a resub for 73 months. I do appreciate it. I do have a question for you. Okay, so I know what a cross-examination is, but I've only really experienced it in like law shows and like obviously Ace Attorney. Is it handled like an Ace Attorney where the person recites their entire testimony and then the person who's cross-examining gets to go at it one line at a time? Or are they going to be doing it mid-testimony where it's like you say one line and then you cross-examine that and then the witness says another line and then you cross-examine that? Because I feel like cross-examining after the entire statement makes everything feel a little redundant because you have to like go through line by line. I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy. The structure doesn't resemble either examples you gave. Okay, so how does the structure actually work? I'm actually kind of curious how cross-examining actually works. That being said, I'll keep reading.
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor. I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one on the courtroom.
You had to run all the way around? You had to like run all the way over here, all the way around, over here, and all the way over. What kind of structure is this for a freaking restroom? Jeez.
I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances. I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals.
And it was... Oh my god, can you imagine a window right above the urinals? That'd be terrifying.
It was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor. Yes, exactly!
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little too much in that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machine.
Hold it!
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to mistake someone of his stature even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? Preposterous! My eyes are as sharp as can be! Ready to see through lies to the truth! Although recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be. Clearly his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy. Allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw.
Person who witnessed Lawyer A does something called a direct examination. They is give leading questions to get all the necessary evidence out of the witness. Once they're completely done, the other side, Lawyer B, can do a cross-examination. They ask follow-up questions related to what they were asked by Lawyer A. After Lawyer B is completely done, Lawyer A can do a redirect, which they can ask more questions solely to clarify answers the witness gave to Lawyer B. During this, if anyone breaks the rules, the other lawyer can object. Okay, that makes sense.
But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
Hold it!
He disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines? Why? Yes. Yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight.
Isn't the obvious answer just that Gumshoe sat down underneath the window since there's a bench there? Like, this is the obvious answer, right?
That led me to the only solution to this mystery. That detective must have gone to the crime scene, lobby number 2 at that point!
Oh my god.
So he looked in the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me!
Hold it!
Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm. No, yes, I'm perfectly calm. I'm perfectly calm. You're being anything but perfectly calm.
It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw.
I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Franziska, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different?
If you're referring to my height.
Can't you hold that whip still for just a second?
How tall is Franziska back then? Actually, no, I think she was like a good, like, 2 heads shorter than Edgeworth at this point, wasn't she?
Now, about His Honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight to be an important factor.
If it's that important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already?
I will, but there is one more thing I need to do if I am to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements.
I like how the game still wants me to, like, remember exactly what we learned here earlier. Alright. I feel like the obvious answer is just presenting the fingerprints, right? Because he was sitting on the hallway bench. Well, I might as well look through the testimony, the evidence, mostly because it's been a while since I last actually played this game, just so I make sure I am not Doom. I wish I was Doom. No, it doesn't seem anything here is related to him sitting down, so the obvious answer is just presenting this.
Objection!
Objection! And unfortunately, I think one of my regular mods who handles the objection count isn't around right now, so I'm gonna have to manually do it myself.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Sir, we do that literally every other day.
Ha! If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
I think you can be held in contempt of court if you did that. Mouse Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what people may say. Oh, sorry, this is Edgeworth. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the Holloway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well, that's good, but who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty!
Your Honor, please, calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench. How's the trial going so far? It's not technically a trial. We're just like cross-examining the judge's like testimony. I'll say hey, Dirt Dog. Hope you're doing well. We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake, crumbs, and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
Ha! It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Franziska herself was unable to see out of that window. You know, we're kind of asking for it at that point.
I knew I should have used her height as evidence.
But basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then?
It seems that you had made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even as someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Sorry? I didn't mean to say with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was to try saying it once. I wonder what my voice would actually sound like if I actually had voice lines. Here, let me try that again. Hold it.
Is there something of value you'd like to say?
Yes, actually, there is. I remembered something just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. I will hold myself in contempt of court otherwise.
Next thing you know, the judge will want to say objection. Has the judge actually ever said objection in the entire series? I don't think he has. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation role, right?
What I saw part... Dull. I suppose it's possible you can see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard a loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry, but honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise bumper until just now. Now that he mentions it right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn I heard a bumper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Man, every time I think about like the specific times that people are able to recall, my first thought is always like from Knives Out, where like they were specifically calling out, man, it's already after midnight. I'll say, hey, Private Butter, hope you're doing well. Once I saw part 2. I suppose it's possible you can see a person from the restroom window.
Hold it!
In that case, you can see that you were overconfident in your last testimony. Hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you reference were left on that bench, do you?
When did the judge suddenly develop like 2 brain cells?
Well, you have proven that's possible the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. He's right. I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of his life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him.
And yet everyone makes fun of him anyway. Hang on a sec, guys. I'm gonna quickly adjust my hair. It's kind of getting in the way of my my ears, so it's making it hard to actually hear things. Let me go find my headband really quick. There we go. Much better.
However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
All right, if you insist. Let's see, I looked into that hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
Hold it!
20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well. What did you do after that?
Let's see, I had to make some preparation, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom.
Did you remember to wash your hands?
No, because I'm a judge. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailiffs.
So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot?
Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party.
How often does the courthouse end up being like the location of a crime? I mean, I guess there was technically the final case of like Justice for All. Does that count as a crime? I mean, you're interrogating a freaking known assassin.
But now that this has happened,
I see. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened.
Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail.
Hold it!
If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it.
But all I did was forget to mention it.
That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on a Von Karma.
Should we really be berating the judge like this? He might hold a grudge.
Oh, but it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it.
I suppose I have no choice in the matter.
As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know. I just went and banged a gunshot and had a knee-jerk reaction. Ah, and like this, and just like this one quick. Ah!
Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hallway. I should know. I looked. There was no one there.
This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact. I believe that we finally found a flaw in his Honor's testimony.
Yet sadly, he's completely oblivious to it.
Is it bad that I am completely oblivious to it? Did I miss something? I know it's a 20-minute thing, but like, where did they mention the 20 minutes? Okay, time of death was approximately at 4 p.m. When was the time for the reconvene? He heard the gunshot right before a trial was about to start again. Oh, is that supposed to be it? I guess it has to be that because like 20 minutes is too long to be right before, right?
But I guess I can't really expect him to be aware of it. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill him in.
This is my best attempt at a female German accent. I apologize.
At least that thing finally came in handy.
Indeed. Now let's see what... Okay, am I crazy? Have I always given the Von Karmas a German accent? Were they always German? At least in the localization, or am I crazy? Were they always German? Okay, so I'm not crazy. Cool. When I present it to his honor... You know, if I recall correctly, the Von Karmas are supposed to be American and Japanese. In the Japanese version, I think they're supposed to be American, right? Or were they never actually American? I legitimately don't remember. The reason I bring it up is because, like, if they were supposed to be American, I'm like, man, what American judge dresses like the Von Karmas and Edgeworth?
About 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
Objection!
Von Karma is a pretty German sounding names. I don't think you're that far off.
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
That's an objection, please. Thank you.
What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I could not allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads, I've been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von...
Instead of biting your tongue,
I can read that fast. Hang on, let me go read it.
instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names?
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Franziska.
Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
With your height, you probably need a stepladder or four to accomplish that.
I think she would need like a few ladders.
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own two ears. Ha! Your Honor. Your Honor, I have an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
I'm fine, Dirt Dog. Just got something caught in my throat for a split second. I did eat right before I started streaming.
What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? Edgeworth, 20 minutes is relative. Time is always relative. Do you not understand the metaphysical concept of time and how we perceive it?
Can you imagine if the judge went existential and scientific on us with the relativity of time? Like, y'all ever heard how like the brain gets like unable to perceive time relative to other people the older you get? Because when you're young, like a minute can feel like an eternity, but like when you're an old person, a minute feels like it's like a blip in a blink of an eye. That actually is a scientific thing. Because like, it's all relative. Because like when you're young, everything feels longer because you haven't experienced time that long. Because like, when you're like, let's say 5 years old, like 5 years is your entire life, so 5 years feels like a long time. But when you're like 85 years old, you're like, 5 years. That's like a year by my standards. So yeah, time is actually relative based on how old you are. Hey Sagami, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, buddy.
That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. That bang! The loud sound of a gunshot! The sound of the gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention.
Like, I'll say this. When I was like 26, I think I was like 25 or 26 when I started streaming. Like, streaming 4 hours? Oh man, that felt like an eternity as a, like, at that time period. Nowadays, I'm like, how the hell has it already been 4 hours?
The sound of the gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention.
I'll say, hey, Danny.
And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
You still can't believe you're still 21. I wish I was that age. You know, I will settle for 25 because then I can date like cute 22-year-old girls. That'd be nice. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can get away with that. What did they hear? Oh, you know what? I found it.
Take that!
I forgot about the balloon.
I found this
Wait, wrong voice.
I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? It may not look like it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record?
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene defending lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Let me ask you again. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough to you that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it were me, I had wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? I can make a really dark joke right now. I'm gonna avoid it. But I think you guys know exactly what kind of dark joke I was gonna make.
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who would have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. Yeah, when I think of balloons, I think of boobs. You know what I'm about, guys.
I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it. That balloon that girl was holding.
It explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. You think of the busted balloon spells in KH3D? Well, for me, it's either like that, boobs, or like, we stole a balloon! Yeah, on Free Balloon Day! Oh, by the way, you know what I found out recently? One of the guys who does auxiliary voices in SpongeBob was freaking Biff Tannen from Back to the Future. I was so surprised about that when I saw it being mentioned on Twitter the other day. September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already?
I've already told you a gazillion times, pal, I didn't do it!
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm the judge around here.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No, I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. It's not very solemn of me.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime.
Oh, I guess so.
What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify
As to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just part of the investigation. Because that's the name of the game. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony, this small child will slap you with her whip.
My whip will object loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? I gotcha, pal. Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. Something tells me Gumshoe is like covering up for Kay or something. Oh, is it gonna be really sad? Is it gonna be sad where it's like, oh, Kay was supposed to like go meet up with her dad, but then she found like she was about to be attacked by like the guy that he was supposed to be prosecuting, and then he had like to get in her way in order to save her, and then like both of them killed each other, and that basically traumatized Kay. Oh, that'd be so sad. I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. No, he's lying, and this time I pulled the information I need out of him. Are there a lot of Edgeworth and Gumshoe shippers out there? I wouldn't be surprised. Although I'm pretty sure more people ship him with Phoenix for obvious reasons. I don't know, throw in a freaking himbo while we're there at it. I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders.
Hold it!
So, was it really Detective Bad who called you down here?
You bet it was, pal! I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you down here in 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case. So I made a mad dash down here. Although I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat.
So how long did it take you?
About 10 minutes, I guess.
And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it?
He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2.
Hold it!
And by he, you mean...
Detective Bad, of course. And this is my first time at this courthouse. He also walked me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies.
And did you meet anyone along the way?
Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran to Miss Yu.
Excuse me, I am not a miss. No, I'm talking about you. Yeah, so we're not talking about me, but we're talking about who you're trying to talk about. That's what I'm saying. We are talking about you, but who's on first? When he heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal. So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's. Size difference got hands limit? That is true. I am big on size difference. In both directions. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in the hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Very well then, and what exactly does guarding that door entail? For me, there aren't just 2 directions. You maybe elaborate on that one for me, Gaddy. Well, to put it simply, all I know is my job to stay in front of the door without moving an inch. No? Well, how dare. Oh? Detective Gumshoe, do you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from the door, just like I was ordered not to. Oh, why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Yeah, but I'm not lying! I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. And until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from the lobby number 2 door.
Hold it!
I'm not going to ask you one more time, Detective Gumshoe. Are you sure you stood in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time? Yep, after I was told to by Detective Bad. I stood guard in front of that door without a single break. So believe me when I said that I was in that hallway the whole time already, pal. Why did everyone go quiet all of a sudden again? Apparently someone has a bit of trouble reading between the lines. Between the Lions? I love that show! What's that supposed to mean? I don't...
Be quiet.
Yow! I should hurry and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Alright. Where is it? I guess we just present this, right?
Objection!
I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate, slovenly pig.
Ugh. I promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business to defeat the Huns? About the fact he didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get to the bench get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Yow!
It appears that Francis's whips can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job, so I didn't want to say anything. Well, fortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement, it may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Remind me again, pal?
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack.
Maybe they actually accounted for inflation when this came out.
And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check.
$5 bonus is disgusting, y'all.
Isn't that right? Well, let me ask then. How did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you I bought it by myself, pal!
There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. You could get 5 things off the dollar menu? Bold of you to assume that the dollar menu still exists, Danny.
Wait, don't tell me! You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Oh, wait, you do?
Yeah, McDonald's got rid of the dollar menu because it wasn't profitable anymore, so they started making it the value menu instead. Yeah, it's the value menu now instead of the dollar menu. Shit sucks.
Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have there? That must have been someone else there in the hallway.
Let me clear my nose really quick. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back.
All right, what proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway?
I guess it would be the balloon piece.
Take that!
What the heck is that? I knew you didn't really.
What do you mean? You're telling me you had a balloon out in the hallway? I didn't think so.
You prosecutors are all the same. Always lying to people. You should stop, you know.
Did I just get ego checked by freaking Gumshoe of all characters?
I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective!
Again, my ego.
Bowles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective?
I have no intention of falling for his lie because there was definitely a second person. Because he was truly alone all along, then that piece of evidence should not exist. What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway?
I guess it would have to be this then.
Take that!
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal!
I think you were under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it! You thief!
But I would never do such a thing!
All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone.
Oh.
There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
No way, pal! You got it all wrong! I ate both of them! I'm a big guy! Hey, Fresno Hunt, how you doing?
Child, you do not kick me in the nads! It would appear that we caught you at last.
What is this Yoshi's Island ass music? Doesn't this sound like Yoshi's Island? Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl!
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name and it's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm Kay.
Okay.
Kay, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially if you kick them in the nads. That is very rude. I especially have not taken your purse. Especially not hard enough to leave a big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Why am I suddenly thinking of King of the Hill?
Well then, you should have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
It appears I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Arr!
Tiny child is tiny.
It appears that we caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll.
Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal.
And you have nothing else to say?
Sure I do. It was so fluffy and sweet and big. It was perfection, pal. And totally worth every penny of my bonus.
I see. Well, good for you, detective.
Me, every time you guys give me money in order to help me buy my pulls in Zenless Zone Zero.
I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish.
That's what all of you guys say to me every time I do pulls in Zenless Zone Zero. It's the witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person... I think I read this last time. I'll skip it. Thoughts about all this, Judge?
Oh dear. What's the matter, Your Honor? I claim to hand down fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on the big fella. If this has been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life. I am the guilty one. We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, and to forgive divine, as they say.
Although if you were to make Although if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then it would be quite unforgivable.
Now then, Kay. Freaking hissing like a cat.
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something. Hey, you want a Swiss roll?
Take that!
Hey, I promise to give this to you if you can calm down.
Oh, a Swiss roll.
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was saving it for Daddy.
Ah, child. I had a really bad dream last night about, like, parental death, and that was not fun.
Oh, my. Your father, he's...
Ah, don't you say another word, pal! She doesn't know yet!
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I really know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how he's
Not here anymore.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Oh, this is actually a really nice gumshoe moment for him too.
Kay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna. Cry!
It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul.
Man, can you tell that this artwork came from the old trilogy?
Ever since that incident, I dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child. I feel a certain shared fate. A common bond between us.
Mouse Edgeworth! What sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to stand there and watch a lady cry?
You're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
She blew her nose on his freaking cravat! Oh my god!
Nah, my cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
Beautiful.
I feel better now, thanks.
Someone fetch me a new cravat. This is an easy way to get COVID, everybody! Someone get this girl snot off my face! Ah!
Kay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promise, Daddy, I never cry in front of strangers.
Then you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Dad anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify you didn't cry just for you.
Francisca is surprisingly good with kids. Time to burn that cravat? For real.
Thank you very much, lady. Ha, it's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It would appear that
Because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings.
Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad guys in the world.
So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh?
I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
Aw, that's cute.
A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange, a diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just may come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I wonder if I can actually read it.
Kay's promises to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger.
And yes, she's going to become a great thief one day.
Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger.
Good.
Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know.
I mean, debatable, but sure.
Never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand.
Now that's an important promise. That people still don't bother learning!
Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules.
Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy. Aww.
I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Oh god.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy. Please do not become a corrupt pig one day.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay?
What is with the two of them? I hound out verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
And I provide entertainment to everybody, so that makes me a hero of justice as well. Because I bring levity to all y'all, right? 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 Right?
Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail!
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran to Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway, staring really hard at the vending machine. So I said hi.
And when was this?
Right before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while. And then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it.
Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? You got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But I still wasn't enough, so I really, really wanted one.
And to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why.
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm going to have to arrest you, pal.
Me time remind you, you're the one already under arrest.
Yow!
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
I'm sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus.
Ah, like my toilet paper.
Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one.
The daddy said never take things from a stranger.
Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page.
Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice, clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy never said I can borrow things from strangers.
That's not a bad thing to do, but sure.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe, it's a good thing I had a spare cravat in my pocket, otherwise I'm gonna have to slap you with it. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway. Ugh.
I took you stop being mean to Gummy. Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve.
I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's... well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's going to be okay.
Ah, so that's why.
So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
Otherwise, we hadn't needed to make more Edgeworth portraits. Yeah, but that's like... but that's just like one of those things where it's like, oh, it's just a simple erase tool. I'm totally sure that Edgeworth is totally modeled right, like, not modeled, drawn underneath that cravat, right?
His reason for lying is very simple.
What?
Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay?
That's actually a good question. What is the reason that he decided to cover it up for her? I mean, I understand that he would cover for her because she, she's a child and he wants to make sure no children gets involved in all this. It's the reason that, like, oh, she gave me a Swiss roll, so I want to cover for her or something. I don't know. I don't think that's the logic. Unless that is the logic. Okay, I feel like it's either that or the balloon piece where it's like, the balloon like blew up, but that's not specifically related between like Gumshoe and Kay. I feel like he would try to be covering up because like he doesn't want her to get like in trouble for something that happened.
Take that!
But I don't think this is it. Yeah, I don't think this is it.
This is that piece of evidence.
What are you showing me that for? It doesn't seem to add anything to the conversation.
I don't get what you're trying to say with that, or do you just like showing it off? I'm sorry, I really like Swiss rolls.
Are you gonna give that to me, mister?
I don't feel that court needs to enter that into the court record at this time.
At least I didn't lose ego over that one.
What is wrong with everyone? Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? Although it's possible that perhaps I made a mistake and that's why. Now then, back to the topic at hand. Detective Gumshoe lied for Kay's sake. And I know I hold the evidence which shows the reason why.
Guys, I am not clever. Is it the balloon piece? No, that's not it. What am I missing here? Am I forgetting a detail that was mentioned earlier? I think I know what it is. It might have been his testimony where he said there wasn't a sign of a struggle, but he might have been distracted during it.
Take that!
That's not it. Do you need help? Like, okay, here's my question, Burmsai. Is it trying to figure out how Detective Gumshoe is connected to Kay? Or is it more about why Kay was at a location? Or 3, is it because, like, Gumshoe is trying to protect Kay's innocence by not having her know about anything? I don't know which motivation it is. It could be like 3 or 4 different possibilities. I'm trying to figure out which one it is. Is D none of the above? Why are you lying on account of Kay then? Is it because you don't want to talk about Faraday being dead? You might find more success by thinking about this about Kay and not what Gumshoe was thinking. Make this more about Kay and not what Gumshoe was thinking? Okay, so I guess I was thinking about this too much from Gumshoe's perspective. Oh, is it because, like, Kay and Gumshoe didn't know each other, so she technically broke her promises? Is that the reason?
Take that!
Oh my god! It was actually because of that? Oh my god. So basically, she broke her damn promises. Okay, got it.
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain anything?
If you could take a look at this page, it's written clearly that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay.
What the foolishly foolish fool's a fool of a foolish reason for a fool?
Yo!
You got me. You lied because of me, didn't you?
What a freaking answer. Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why. Gumshoe is such a sweetheart, though. He's always worried about whether or not kids will get in trouble. He'd rather take the heat for them. Gumshoe's a good guy.
Gummy.
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But
all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. But I only had about $1 in coins.
So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know?
He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy.
These two are like children.
Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together.
Yeah,
We split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal.
Anyway. Hey, I believe this also belongs to you.
oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away.
I would never throw one piece away.
It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
Wow, you got me there, pal. This is an adorable picture. It's cute as hell.
So I thought maybe I should give Gumshoe this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it?
You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister.
It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. My next generation will probably be upset, but otherwise... So, but about the Swiss roll. Would it be alright with you if I held onto it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course. I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss You. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence?
You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
Oh, and what we have here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? You know, for a defense attorney, she's all down for the prosecution. Bailiff, please take this child away. Ronke!
What, Miss Callisto, you? That girl is Mr. Faraday's.
I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot.
I suppose you're right, however.
As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You see? Isn't it obvious that it would only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders.
I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
But the investigation is far from over.
Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
I suppose it is.
Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. And this is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma.
Calm down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1.
September 10, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1.
What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent?
It smells like flowers.
Uncle Bad, is this it?
Is that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it.
Aw, too bad. It's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks! I'll treasure it always! Detective, you are surprisingly generous with a girl being able to steal items off of the ground. What if, like, the person who lost it came back looking for it afterwards? Are you going to tell them, oh, sorry, I gave it to a small ninja girl? Those two seem to be getting along rather well. Oh, here, I got something else for you.
Yay! Thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, any one of these were gummy.
Munch, 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 munch. Munch, 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 munch. More casual munching while I go grab some medicine for myself really quick because I forgot to take it. Gummy? Oh, you mean gumshoe.
Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Aw, poor Kay.
Hey,
Oh, it's a mister for me for the lady too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? How old is Kay? She's 10! She's old enough to transform into aliens! You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do.
Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids and not mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you. Oh! Is Bad and Kay actually doing some stuff together to investigate underneath of Miss Yu's eye?
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
yes, what is it?
I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So, please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this.
But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering.
That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room.
I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it.
Why do you say that?
Well, a desperate low-paid detective might make off with it someday. You never know.
She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she isn't factoring in that guard's salary whatsoever. Imagine being a guard just looking over a freaking painting inside of a freaking courthouse.
One of the windows in this lobby is open as...
Has no one picked up on the fact that people could have gone onto the fire escape, gone over to the other side, opened the window, killed both, and then came back over here? Oh. Huh.
The air conditioner is working just fine in this room.
So why did they open it, I wonder? Bad? Were you collaborating with a murderer? Or were you the murderer and they were collaborating with you? As you, Y-E-W.
This decorative plant leaves are shinier than the ones on the plant in lobby number 2.
That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize.
You may be right. Plus, the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2.
The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they?
That's because they're the courthouse's caretakers, not a bunch of botanists.
And that's how Poison Ivy decided to ransack the entire courthouse.
What an incredibly strong scented herbal tea!
I fear the more than being relaxing, this scent may make one a bit heady instead.
You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's so violent. If she's been drinking this stuff the whole time.
Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic. Ever. It may not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this one are very useful.
I think it's time they bought a new one. I wonder if they will replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip.
A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one.
Isn't that like one of those like crimes where it's like, oh, you break something in order to collect the insurance? I forgot what that's called. Insurance fraud?
This television is the exact same model as the one in defendant lobby number 2.
Looks like the 2 rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies.
Yes. The 2 rooms are basically the same, huh? Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose that has something to do with Kay?
It does, but she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste.
Sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
It's the ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here.
Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you have just happened to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Now, Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't she ever be honest with her wants?
Misused perfume. Perfume given to Bad by you. Same perfume as the one spilled in lobby number 1. Angel. Or is it pronounced Angel?
So now that we have the perfume,
Misused wears, just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Ain't of you.
Actually, I still have a few things I wish to inquire about. So, you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
at least your story is consistent.
Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu.
Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway.
She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu are in 2 different locations. Guess I am. Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you.
Ugh. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case. New? Huh. I also know today's trial involving the Cadopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday and the KG-8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear about what I'm about to tell. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. I was smoking this lollipop like I was Sanji One Piece this entire time. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we 3 were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling ring involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, a facade. But the case became tainted. Because of the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring. CCU was killed. Then, what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Devore. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devore was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano Group. He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano.
How did I not realize his name was a joke on Ernest Man?
That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do? Suspecting Mr. Amano being involved with smuggling?
I suppose it would have been difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manning Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you let him go?
If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault.
It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough.
Faraday, Cece.
I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
Holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon?
You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I've learned from the KG8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU. The suspect was found not guilty. We hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned. That's when she came to the courtroom. The victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
Hey, Zach, man, feel free to lurk away.
About when you first met Miss Yu was on the day of the verdict of the KG8 incident handed down, was it not? Yes. Faraday and we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it were me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KG8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases.
Hope you're feeling better. I won't feel better until my surgery is done, so next week. Or when I'm fully recovered, anyway.
But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective.
No, I've mostly just been talking about it in private.
Took to the stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them? Yeah. Yu was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to that same effect.
I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright?
And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer?
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. Yo, Liminality! Thank you so much for your raid! How was Dench Attack? Hi everyone from Carb Stream. The name's No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays the games that they never played through before. We're currently going through Ace Attorney Investigations. Currently doing some elaborative stuff right now, but hey, I can give you guys a quick greeting. Good evening and welcome! I'm No Limit, and I'll be streaming for you today. What can I get for you? A drink? Some emotes? Or a little memes? 3, 2, 1, fire! Limit, 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 go, go! Love it, limit, or a little memes. thank you so much for a raid again, Liminality. If you got a raid and run, do what you gotta do. Thank you again for the water. Thank you for the raid again. Be sure to get some water, get food, and get good rest. Speaking of which, I need to get some water myself. Alright, let me give you guys some context as to what's going on right now. So, for this case so far, we're trying to figure out, like, what is the cause of this double murder right now. Detective Gumshoe is currently being our main suspect right now, and we're getting some elaborative, backstory for this case from Detective Bad right now. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you, that's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of Von Karma?
Just like us, you felt she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it. There is no limit to the law. That is a lie. Only the skill of the craftsman.
Anyway.
You two are still too young. But one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we meet you again. In pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. Yatagarasu, I'm the Inspector Zenigeta to Yatagarasu's Lupin III. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. I sense there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The KG-8 incident and the second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ. And that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Miles Edgeworth, stop being around the bushes and spit it out already.
I believe there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. Alright. Well, it's a spirit monster and a wind type, so you gotta be careful because every time it always returns to your hand every time you summon it out onto the field with a normal summon. It will help you solve this case. And I'll tell you the reason we've never caught the Yatagarasu.
What's that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
You whipped me on purpose? Still accidentally whipped me anyway. There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. They are way better than that the mask guy. I see, so these are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl. I'm not done talking yet.
Ugh!
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Cadopian embassy. The Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence? Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
Okay, but what if someone just like was like a copycat Yatagarasu? What if they just like recreated the card? Like there was like fake Phantom Thieves before, right?
And what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this article. When the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. Ah, and that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. A big fat phony!
Copy the Garasu, Gesundheit.
Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. I now understand why it was banned on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list way back when.
Excuse me, Mr. Bailiff? Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty.
September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears His Honor is still a bit dispirited. But the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francisca, there's no need to further depress His Honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence. Your Honor! Oh! Yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. I would accept the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She is busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well, in that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case. Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of these two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. I place all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see, thank you very much. I will go and confirm they are all accounted for.
Okay, you say that, but like... What's this over here?
Evidence that Miss Yu prepared for just sitting here on this table.
You know you can't just walk off with it, right?
Of course I do.
But what if we did?
Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Rell in that case if she was still alive.
Oh my god, do you know how easy it is to accidentally slide through a doorway?
So, this is the evidence related to today's Cadopian embassy trial for Mr. Faraday's bag.
I mean, the evidence bag... Oh, that was... Reverse the voices.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes.
Finally, now we can take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them.
Must be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
You also point out that courts are not laid out like this. Aren't courtrooms normally laid out like pointing towards the judge with two desks being parallel to each other? Well, parallel like in a straight line, you know what I mean.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
And I'm pretty sure the jury is positioned on one side of the court, and the gallery is like in the far back.
I see someone that's still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's also real to see the knife up close.
So we have the knife, the gun, and envelope, and what's this organizer doing here? Oh, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested to be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that.
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This gun was originally used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence.
I will say this, every time I try to do Franziska's voice, I kind of accidentally keep slipping into Mercy from Overwatch. Oh yeah, and the witness next to the judge. Yeah, I know about that. That said, I can find some image Japanese courtrooms that resemble this layout a little, but the gallery is still seated towards the back, not the sides like this.
It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
It's never crossed your mind that you would use your riding crop for the wrong purpose. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. And you're to blame. You give love a bad name. Rell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned. Because a murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act on film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera.
The Cadopian Embassy security system is supposedly well designed. You may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
Yes, the security video has the security camera. The surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Miss Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sound, huh? I didn't think we'd ever see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. Mr. Faraday's organizer appears he was in the habit of using it.
It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here.
I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one.
It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case.
Sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu.
And it would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu.
No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present to him in court, it should clear everything up. And apparently he also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have made about the real Yatagarasu. And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in the embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later.
Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages here.
It appears to be a key.
And a rather ornate one at that. Look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship is superb.
Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer?
The Yatagarasu's key.
Detective Bat said something earlier. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kadopian embassy. The Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence? Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret keys safe.
As a prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. A photo of the key the Yatagarasu sent. It has a rather unusual shape. It's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer.
That certainly is odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Kadopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Guys? Are they stupid? Are they stupid?
Mr. Denavius was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rel. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Man! I wonder where the knife came from! To be fair, one of them is like 12. 13, but close. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse?
I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. You are stupid! However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another look at the evidence, so as we can confirm for the gallery and people gathered for the court today, the key is missing, but we have a knife. And they both look exactly the same.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Franziska. What? And what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into courthouse.
Take that!
This Yadagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. That is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth.
Why do I feel like that scene from the newest, like, Bonway Blanc movie, where it's like, oh man, do you see what I'm seeing? And they literally hold up a photo to a scene and go, You just need to take a bit closer look, Francisca, to see what I mean. Oh, like Knives Out. I think that's how you pronounce his name, right? Like, I don't like calling them the Knives Out movies because it's only the first movie that's actually called Knives Out. Every other movie is something else. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? I'll say, hey, Babysitter, hope you're doing well.
They do remind me of the knife.
It's more Benoit. I always pronounce it as Benoit. Actually, yeah, you're right, it is Benoit. I'm stupid.
Very good. Both the Yadagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yadagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say?
It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean that these two pieces are in fact one and the same.
But that's impossible!
You got onion rings? Man, yeah, okay, you know what's driving me crazy? I was watching a video earlier today that was like a comparison between Longhorn Steakhouse and Outback Steakhouse, and they were trying out like the blooming onion from Outback. It's like, oh god, why am I suddenly craving a blooming onion from Outback? I really want to go get some onion rings at that point. Even if that's what you believe, we should investigate this possibility. Now then, let's examine this knife in a little more detail. That's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself have beautiful designs worked onto them.
Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself.
She seems to be drawn by the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give.
I can't believe it turned into a key! To think that there was such a trick to this thing!
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the Yadagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now.
The Yadagarasu's key data updated my organizer.
So you can call this a literal... I hate the fact I was thinking it, I just didn't get the chance to say it. Yes, it's a keyblade.
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was holding a knife blade inside.
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The gray thief, Yadagarasu.
Then Mr. Rel really was the Yadagarasu? And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, but when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu.
It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case.
Man, you know what it would be amazing? If in the next Smash game, they added Phoenix Wright, and like, they kept Sora from Kingdom Hearts in as well, and then like, Phoenix just spends the entire time arguing that Sora was actually the Yatagarasu. Because of this Keyblade.
That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. The piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court.
The surveillance video? How can a piece of evidence just disappear?
So you're saying they need to add an Edgeworth echo along with him? Sure, why not? Or at least an alternate costume.
The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could have gone indeed? Are you done with your investigation of the inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties?
Make every character make every costume a different character? What would the 8 characters be? Obviously Default Phoenix, Miles Edgeworth, Franziska Von Karma, yes, you're right, let's throw in all the prosecutors. We'll throw in Mia, Faye. Mia's not a prosecutor, she's a defense attorney, but you know what I mean. We'll throw in all the defense and prosecutors. So Mia Faye, Ryunosuke, Apollo Justice, Athena. Who else are we forgetting? That's 7. Like, yeah. So 1, Phoenix, 2, Edgeworth, 3, Mia, 4, Ryunosuke, 5, Apollo, 6, Athena, 7, Professor Layton. Yeah, totally. We'll make Professor Layton a freaking costume for Phoenix Wright. Cecil, yes. We'll throw in Cecil for freaking Ghost Trick.
No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is now amongst the evidence you laid out for me.
Van Zex, Black Quill, Clavier. Furio Tigre! No! One of them has a Furio Tigre just for the outfit! Just for the outfit!
But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene. There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime. Defendant lobby number 2.
Honestly, I would actually love that a lot. Making all the different characters, the different costumes for Phoenix and Smash, that'd be so good.
I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime. Defendant lobby number 2.
What the hell are you doing here, Lang?
That's Detective Bad, but who is he with?
I've never seen that officer before.
So, did you find it?
No, not yet. I looked everywhere.
Let's see.
Well then, please continue with the search.
Understood. I'll continue the search.
So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes.
How dare you? Just who do you think you are? What was that all about, and who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
I must say we'll never get a Ghost Trick Ace Attorney crossover? I mean, never say never.
Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him?
Well, I certainly hope I never meet that individual again.
And she never did. I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
It looks like you were paying attention after all.
He is got a mirror, you know.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Ah, so that mirror is...
like I was saying.
So that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
The guy came in here from the Republic of Zangfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world, searching far and wide to study different philosophies, entertainment, the power from inside. Ace Attorney, gotta fight 'em all. It's you and me from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy is more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree, however, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to.
You saw an interpretation of Bad's name? Assuming it's not a spoiler, sure, share it.
Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt it has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is a game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him.
I don't think there's anything in here of note, right?
Objection!
Oh, random objection.
Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take the sofa into consideration, that table's much too tall.
I get the impression the two are not meant to be used as a set, Franziska.
I knew that.
She's lost her calm sense of judgment in her eagerness to defeat me.
Is there anything? Nope. Didn't mean to step out.
Game! I am not trying to step out. I'm trying to investigate.
The sector plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room.
No! Game!
You must be tired, Franziska. Care to take a short break on that sofa?
Surely you jest me, sitting on that dirty, tiny, disgusting thing.
But that detective said he could sleep all 24 or 5 hours a day on this.
Guys, I would sleep on a couch forever if it's comfortable enough. I actually did do that at MagFest. It wasn't comfortable, though.
I wonder if the killer used these plastic bags in a flash of inspiration.
With that detective, I somehow doubt he's that quick-witted.
So you're saying that this crime was thought out in advance?
with that, detective? I somehow doubt he's capable of making such a complex plan.
Francisca, when will you learn to take responsibility for your statements? I don't know, you got anything to say bad here? Tyrell bad, or if you reverse it, could be bad trial. Referencing his flubbing of the KG8 incident. That's actually kind of clever. I don't know what else his name could be a reference to. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene bring about success. That's what we detectives say.
I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy? You'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in your investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Ugh.
Please, we are asking for just a bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid.
I'd like to once again ask about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Things you don't know about? Why aren't you supposed to know everything?
He should. Wait. Is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph?
Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that my hair looks oddly very similar to Sephiroth? Why does our hair rise up like an angle like this? I don't know. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible.
It looks like you didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a Nephil.
Yeah, I have to admit, neither of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
Does no one ever actually bother playing with their toys? I feel like forensic scientists are known to like mess around with like objects to see if there's anything hidden inside of them, including like knife handles or whatever.
I noticed that since a little while ago you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for.
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bad, so that we may find the truth, please, testify for me once more.
Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change.
They probably didn't send it into forensics and the murder is too recent for anyone to have thoroughly examined it. That is true.
But considering how they presented it to the prosecutor's desk before they even showed it to forensics, you would think that forensics would examine it before the prosecutor gets to see it.
Detective Bad, I asked you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case.
You'd think, but this is Ace Attorney after all. Touche. Detective Bad's movements. I don't need to know about his bowel movements, thanks. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you.
You weren't talking with me, I wasn't even here yet.
I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about you! Anyway.
We were talking about some trivial things.
I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
Sounds like the exact same story you told us before.
Indeed, however, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you.
Hold it!
Insert Abbott Costello joke here.
Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me!
Who knows? She just said she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all.
So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
We were talking about some trivial things.
Hold it!
I was hoping you could expand exactly what you were talking with Miss Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide.
What a very understated joke. I kind of appreciate it.
Moving on then.
I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange noises until that gunshot.
If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now.
Sure. I didn't hear any other strange noises until that gunshot.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else?
Yeah?
Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation you missed something?
I've been a detective for a long time, and even I were involved in something. I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it.
I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely.
So the gunshot. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together.
Hold it!
And why did the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away?
Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot. And we knew it came from somewhere nearby.
And how did you know it was a gunshot?
In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know.
I suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like.
Man, these guys have balls of steel if you think about it. Like, if I heard a gunshot, I'd be like holed up in this room and keep it locked up tight. Yo, and Sir Joker, haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out in the hallway right away and headed for where he was. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran to lobby number 2.
Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway?
Yeah.
Why didn't you attest to that earlier?
When I saw Gumshoe, it was after I heard the gunshot. Having seen him there didn't change the fact that he could still have done the deed.
It sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before, however.
Is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about?
There just might be. No one knew that the knife is actually the Yadagrasu's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Bad doesn't yet. Yes, that should be my angle of attack.
I didn't hear any other strange sounds, eh? Oh, really? What do you have to say about this?
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon.
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
Wait, he filled up a floating balloon?
Where did he get the helium for it?
Well, as you may have already surmised, that piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon.
So, what about the balloon?
I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point.
What are you getting at?
That this fragment was found in the hallway right in front of the lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot.
Got me full of hot air? Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Oh, so the sound of that judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh?
On top of that, His Honor said he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway. When you were in lobby number 1, Detective, and if you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So... What? Don't give me a so!
We just proved that there's a flaw in your testimony!
The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. Since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever think why the doors and walls of this place seemed so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked!
What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of special sound-absorbing material.
Then, you mean...
Since I was shut up in lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. But you heard a gunshot.
No!
I knew that's what he was going to say!
And that means the scrub face's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle.
Then how did everyone hear a gunshot? That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kid?
Boss, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way around.
The other way around?
It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either.
And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that was the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
That's what I'm saying! What do you mean, how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
Oh, how so?
If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to?
It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh?
State of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's that ultra strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. Ugh! And way too noisy.
The surveillance video? How can a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
No human can climb through these barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. A very loud television. Lobby number 2's television looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume. Dispelling the smell. A window in lobby number 1 was open to allow the perfume Miss Yu to spill to dissipate. Missing evidence. Where did the surveillance tape from Mr. Faraday's bag disappear off to?
It's simply not possible for the killer to escape through barred windows. And yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can freely move through these open barred windows.
Yeah, Stretchin, thanks for a reminder. Drink and Stretch, thank you, a reminder. Bachan, water please. Thanks, Lundea. What if the missing evidence is inside of the very loud television?
The pieces don't fit together quite right.
Ow, my ego! No one even knew what I was thinking outside from me, so that was just a personal thing. Apparently that doesn't work either.
Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic.
Oh, I should have realized what the incorporeal aspect of the sound, yeah. Evidence inside the TV is this Persona 4? I mean, they have like a VHS player like literally right there. You can see it like right there.
Now then, what else besides the smell can go in both and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound! So no matter how careful the killer was, if the window were open, the jig would be up. But since the windows in both the defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations.
Wait, the gunshot was heard from the video! Oh my god!
The missing piece of evidence is a video! That shows the moment when...
I did not even think about that!
That shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when I played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
VHSs in the AA year of 2012? I thought this took place in like 2016.
Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look.
And where would that be?
I believe we should examine the television. The TV?
Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. The window is wide open.
The scent of flowers is being blown in from the outside. I think it softens the heavy air in here somewhat.
Windows in both lobby number 1 and 2 were opened.
Maybe they were trying to air out the room just like in lobby number 1. Or maybe they sought to ease some of the tension through some fresh air.
Mr. Faraday, Mr. Rell in the same room, I imagine the latter to be the case. Well, was there really a need to open the window just for that? Earlier, when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket.
You mean when Scruffy turned the television on, right?
Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stops. At least it did to me.
I wonder why that is.
So are you telling me that Gumshoe actually didn't touch the TV?
It's a video player and there seems to be a videotape inside.
You youngins playing Ace Attorney Investigations in the year 2026 be wondering, the hell is a VHS tape?
It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Actually, now that I think, okay, actual question for you youngins in chat. Does anybody even know what a tape is? Like, not even a VHS tape, just a tape period? Or would you like, I feel like everyone would barely know what a CD is, let alone a tape.
Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure, knock yourself out.
Alright, then let's rewind this and see what we have.
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about 30 minutes mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see.
This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along.
Video of the embassy staff member's murder. The gunshot is especially memorable. Sound. What's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad had figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out how the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out then?
Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Fine, in that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now to show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
This piece of evidence will clear away the last remaining contradiction in this case.
Miles, I believe that piece may actually be proof of a difference. Oh, did I misjudge the situation?
My understanding is physical media popularity is actually on the rise with the younger generations. Vinyl is seen as a resurgence, so I'm sure they can suss out what a CD is. You know what? Fair enough. You got me there. It proves that today will be your last day as a prosecutor. My ego. Be glad it was the evidence and not a dirty video. However, I know that the last riddle and its answer lies somewhere within this room. I need to calm down and think it through once more.
So someone left a video unplayed the whole time, huh?
I suppose so. Other than killing, there's hardly a sound on the rest of the tape.
Then why did the television make that loud noise when Scruffy got near it?
That's probably because the tape had run out and stopped its playback.
It's not just bad luck. That detective has the worst timing in the world, too.
Someone purposely left this video on play. The question is why?
What do I have here that's related to all this? Wait, is it to disguise the actual gunshot? I mean, obviously it's supposed to mistime everything.
Eureka!
No, that's not it. Damn it. I thought it was like the timing of it that's changed. Because like, you know, the sounds of a struggle and all that. Since you didn't hear anything, that means the only sound you can hear would be the gunshot. If it lies within this room, what am I missing here? The curtains are shut tight.
The color of those curtains are rather gloomy. For a place where people's lives are in the balance, they could have chosen to hang something a little more cheery, you know.
I know, however, I think the designer had more things to think about than the lobbies.
Well, as a fun karma, would afford any location related to law extra attention to detail.
A bit of senses, aren't we? Now to show what the gunshot detective's bad and gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. I won't rest. I inspected every suspicious looking cranny.
Do I just present it as through the window? God damn it, I had the right idea. I just thought it had to come from the VHS tape.
If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely is this room that we're in, were closed, the killer would have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. The courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
Yo, So Warrior, thanks for the raid. What are you guys up to tonight? Revenge of Lion King. Uh-huh. Like, what were they getting revenge on? The live action remake? The Mufasa's prequel? What were you playing tonight? But yeah, hi everyone. Name's No Limit, variety streamer, plays the games they never played before, currently doing Ace Attorney investigations. God Eater! Ah, I see. I don't know anything about God Eater, I've just heard of that game before. I hope you were having fun with that. However, what happened in reality was...
Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu. All three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally, people in those locations would hear it.
Ah, but then why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
But why was that necessary in the first place?
Oh, so anime Monster Hunters are out on PSP? Gotcha.
I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction.
Oh, very well. I believe the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact.
What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception on?
The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes. And they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so.
So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period, and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer.
I lost half my ego, but half my ego restored itself, so it works out. Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes, what is it?
Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom.
Well, if Miss Yu is asking for herself, then she can be there on her own.
No, she's asking for you.
Yes, I am saying that she is looking for herself.
There's no limit on your ego? Thanks?
She's saying
she identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Yu.
It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her I'll be right over.
Oh.
Now come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth.
Okay, actual question for chat. I need a straight answer from you guys. How long will this actually take? Will this take more than an hour? Depends on how good you are at the game. Let me ask this. Okay, let me ask this. Can this fill out an entire stream by itself? The case ends right after this, though. That's what I thought. I don't think it can carry an entire stream. It will not carry an entire stream. I'll do it now. September 10, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. You're near the end of the case? Okay, we'll do it now then.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for has already... Kay, don't mind him. Please, continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found out what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, so you're more sympathetic than I thought.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Dirt Dog.
I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest? Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we're more than solved this case already. Don't you?
We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds and whether or not my logic holds.
Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery, and why? Even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh? Is that right?
Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out.
I've taken statements on every single person's movements. During the time when our suspect was in the hallway, I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2.
Therefore, the killer must be, without a doubt,
be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all that you have?
Yes, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for a rebuttal. And we are sending a court of law, and I have the biggest buttle of all! It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think?
Absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. All right, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do is prove it by showing who is the real killer.
All right, time to flex those brain muscles. Misuse argument.
Everyone stands the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I've also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion: that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have my testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. Drop those pants.
But of course. There's no need to confront her logic head on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump card she has up her sleeve.
Everyone stands the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off.
Hold it!
The suspect? I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi had already been proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that is correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking.
I see she's done her research well. Which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding.
Furthermore, the areas surround the crime scene have been thoroughly investigated, right?
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
Those gunshot eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene lobby number 2 has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through the window into the garden?
That's the first place everyone looks silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know? Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard. I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case.
I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Are you absolutely positive there are no possible routes for escape?
Of course, I'm sure.
And why are you so certain?
This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If it was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Which leaves us with unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer.
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed a gun in Faraday's hand?
But you're the only one still You're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. That's not true. I know the hand that my friends write with. I know a lot of us are lefties.
Time for an all-out attack!
Gabby! Thank you so much for read! What were you guys up to tonight? Hi, Captain Joe, Gabby. Can we get a shout out for Bowtie Gaming, please? Hi everyone from Gabby Stream, the name's No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays the games that they never played through before. Currently working through Ace Attorney Investigations. We're currently in the final confrontation of Case 4. Octopath of Thrones. Well, I hope you had fun with that. If you gotta take care of any pushing stuff like get food or water or get rest to where you gotta do, thank you again for the raid. I'm kind of rushing through this right now, mostly because I don't have a lot of time. So I'm trying to get through this as quickly as I can, so I apologize if I don't greet you properly.
I'm now about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I've already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject.
But there were witnesses for you. There is your mentor. He gave you an alibi.
I see.
As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty?
What about them?
Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time?
What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived at the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, let's talk about what you and Detective Bad heard that when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime scene had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception.
Oh, that's an objection. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated?
Take that!
That tape?
Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution, presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to a large television that had its volume turned all the way up.
You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video.
But I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot.
Yeah, put on your makeup faster.
That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Objection!
Sounds from television doesn't amount to much here. Thank you, Gaddy. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and little Miss Von Karma. I already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles?
Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago.
That's right. And if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day.
And
that's it. End of story.
But it's not. How shall I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room?
The window was open.
There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the same time.
Objection!
Double objection.
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is a real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is...
Certain person did something and caused the window to be open, and the person who triggered that action, the person's a real guilty party. Really?
Take that!
Miss Callisto Yu, I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell.
What? You indict me? Honestly, I can kind of see it. Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer?
I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now?
Of course I do, Edgeworth.
That was so shocking he ejected the other side of the court? My argument must not be tight enough yet.
Though I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying the stands quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing your butt. Miss Yu's rebuttal. You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof of it? Proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially your logic as full of holes as yours.
This is where it really starts. It mustn't let my guard down for even a second or the truth will be blown away. Now's the time to put the patent Von Karma perfect proof to the test.
Jake, thank you for a reminder, Danny. I always forget to take my drinks. Bachan! Man, why is it always the pretty women who are the murderers? I swear. Misuse rebuttal. You argued the window was open. However, do you have proof that it was I who did that?
Evidence? All I need to do is have Prince analyze and we know straight away.
Be my guest.
She sounds as though she has had the room to maneuver, which means even if we were to lift Prince, they'd only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose.
What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows, lines on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay now running a fingerprints analysis?
Yes, I'll be fine.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, all right? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime?
I thought I just proved that it was.
Surely you proved that the tape was there at the scene of the crime. However, that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime.
Unfortunately for you, Miss Yu, the fact that the tape was there at the crime scene is in of itself very important.
How so?
By the very existence of that tape in the crime scene, it proves a possibility that the when of the crime could have been fabricated. And that possibility alone renders all alibis and witness reports irrelevant. Basically, it means that we will need to re-examine every person's movements again. Whether the tape was used in the crime or not, that we can re-evaluate afterwards.
So in conclusion, you're admitting that you can't prove that it was prove that it was at this point. Frankly, I'm shocked for you going around accusing people of murder like this.
Even if you're shocked, that is of no concern to me. I do things my own way.
Oh? I see that you're not laughing for a change. Because I'm shocked.
Again, you being shocked is of no concern to me. Let us continue with the testimony.
All right, well, let me say just one thing. You shouldn't go around accusing people. Especially when logic is full of holes as yours.
Full of holes? Well, I suppose it might be.
Oh, admitting to your faults now, are we?
At this point in time is what I meant.
Should I take that mean you're just a sore loser?
No matter how full of holes my logic may be right now, if I plugged them one at a time,
I would plug many people's holes. Wait,
I will ultimately make my way to the truth.
what a paradox. Take care not to fall into one of those holes before you fill it up. Mouse, you remember, don't you? About why a window in lobby number 1 was opened?
Yes, of course I do. And that is how I'll attack. I'll present a reason why the window had to be opened.
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu?
Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. I'll have you know, ladies' perfume can work on anybody. Thank you very much. Also, another objection. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know.
What? This isn't mine!
That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see.
Yes, Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad.
And that you're super easy to rile up. So, what about the perfume?
While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad.
Oh, I know.
You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come on now. I already told you that's all just a big coincidence.
After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know. So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Another objection.
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the gunshot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss Yu. You were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1 when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway.
Is that correct?
All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu.
You accuse me of murder on the fact I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday.
Would you care to testify as to why?
Look, I had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow wary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Why it couldn't be me?
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I didn't even know where that knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless.
Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape from me. And if I'm lacking information, I'll just draw it out of her.
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top.
I think I already explained the significance of that earlier.
He only confirmed that I did spill some perfume, but that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character.
Do as you like, but as for me, I believe.
You believe?
I believe that you are the true culprit of this case.
My, you're enthusiastic. Of course I should have guessed. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
Hold it!
I formally request that you desist in your attack against my
No, she's cooking. She's cooking. Yes, or we'll sue you for defamation! All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire.
How dare you!
Say such a thing!
You know what's funny? I think the first time I heard adamant was actually in Pokemon.
Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you.
Ugh. Aw, why did you have to ruin my fun? Shall we continue? In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
And why exactly could you not have killed him?
I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know,
Edgeworth, oh, believe me, I'm not very I'm very impatient too. And that's why I never had a girlfriend.
Your preferences have no bearing on what is at hand.
Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we?
Ugh.
Objection! Miss Yu, you will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy.
Sorry. Miss Yu, please continue with your testimony.
Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from.
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm so sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag.
Miles, what do you think you're doing?
I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing.
Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today.
Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use.
So that's what you're trying to do? Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key to Yadagrasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest.
I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder you might append what you just said to your testimony.
Sure, why not? I'll even say as many times as you like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key.
Miss Yu, I would like you to confirm something with you one more time.
Oh, about what's going to happen to Detective Gumshoe after this?
I don't need to ask you about that because he isn't a killer.
Looks like the number for wrinkles on your forehead have been increased yet again.
That issue aside, Miss Yu, I'd like to ask you about what was inside the bag. You are sure it was the Yadagarasu's key, correct?
Yes, I'm sure. Which is why I'm completely baffled as to where that knife could have come from.
I think I've just spied the road to perfect victory. Finally, it would appear they have revealed your true identity, Miss Yu!
Mouse, her final statement.
Yes, I know. All I have to do now is present the evidence. But what is this ominous feeling that I can't shake?
Why do I feel like I'm walking into a trap with this one, guys? This feels like a trap.
Objection!
Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is the picture of the key that Yadagrasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yadagrasu's key and a murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not?
Yes.
Well, with the Yadagrasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday.
Ugh.
Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the... Another objection.
I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know.
You would even now still feign ignorance?
I'm not feigning anything. But you can't have you we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma. I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa?
Don't you dare sully the good name. I cannot take this seriously. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real.
Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing?
Are you satisfied now? But of course, we knew from the very beginning. You knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yadagrasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, that's something that the Yadagrasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was?
Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rel off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
Objection!
What you are saying is simply not possible.
Oh, and why not?
Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
Objection!
More objections! I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication?
I'm not going to touch that one.
Objection!
Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force? And this is something even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition?
Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh?
How can you laugh at a time like this?
She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with.
I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife.
Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me?
Oh, I will. And I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it. The moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person could have knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife?
Take that!
There is only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key.
And that is?
And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Miss Yu, you used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who professed to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why do something like this?
Who would have thought? That's you! A stupid rookie prosecutor was see through me! You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth! This feeling of thrill is even greater than when I sneak into some place!
You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto, you!
Callisto, you? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is... yes. The great thief Yatagarasu. Ah, so you're Batman. Got it. You must grab hair of you, Jade. Not you. You as in a baby sheep. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday.
which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
But didn't you say that you despise criminals?
But do I really?
You? Have you forgotten about the KG8 incident too?
Maybe. What sort of woman would?
So then it was your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key just like that. He never noticed that I changed the key into a knife inside the plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death.
I feel like being stabbed is a very painful way to die, but that's just me. But if you killed Mr. Faraday's first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well.
I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gunchu under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. And how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they killed each other.
Then the trick with the surveillance tape.
Yes, I haven't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene.
She is way too blasé about admitting to murder.
And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work. With a bullet.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Kodopian embassy staff member, Dead Man.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Dead Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
What? How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Kojin too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be the noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet. You. Yatagarasu! You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know? The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work.
Oh,
Well, this is not a very common event in Ace Attorney. But hey, this wasn't the first. Like, to be fair, this won't be the last time you get a gun pointed at you, Edgeworth. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yanagrasu key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it.
You mean the key was your real target?
Can I just say, I thought this was all supposed to be leading to how you was actually trying to get revenge murder on Faraday and Mackerel because they were supposed to be the ones who caused the death of her sister? No, this is completely unrelated, apparently. Merry Christmas. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
You two, get down!
Ah!
My putty, it can't move.
Hey, mister, to your right!
You! Are you all right, Francisca?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot!
I know as Crisis of Fate, that's a good name. September 10th, 7 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay, just got another hole in my jacket. He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. But more importantly, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know, she just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective. Gumshoe. Yes, sir? Detective Bad, sir? I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But, in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective.
Aww, that's actually so cute.
Now don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops. Pops, watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we?
Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Why do you want to catch me?
No, I'm talking about you!
Yeah, why are you so mad at me?
I'm talking about you! Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best.
You really did find out the truth behind everything. Man, I thought this was going to be way harder. This is not the final case, is it?
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony detect.
Man, the judge is still hung up about it. As someone who also gets hung up about stuff too, there, judge man. You were just trying to do your best. Hey, it was no problem, really. I lied too, so I didn't help anything. Gumshoe, you're a dumbass. Well, we appreciate you. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
How the hell did Gumshoe become a detective before, like, Emma did? A flashback would be a very weird final case, as would ending on, and then the criminal pulled a gun and escaped, right? No, exactly! But I was like, I mean, normally Ace Attorney only has 4 cases, right? Like, it's very rare that they have 5 cases, right?
Well, as long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Oh, what is it?
What was it that Kay left for me to prove of their friendship?
Take that!
5 is the usual, only Justice for All and Apollo Justice had 4. Really? I mean, I know, like, okay, to be fair, when you say that, the first Ace Attorney was 4 cases. They only had a 5th one for the DS remake. Or port. Would you call the DS a remake or a port? I guess I would call it a port, technically.
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. And that's how Gumshoe gave his undying loyalty to Edgeworth. I say port, largely unchanged graphics-wise. Yeah. And all the other games launched with 5 and 2 of them added with a 6 via DLC. Yeah, I mean, I knew about 5 and 6, obviously. So the average is out to 5. And actually, okay, I got you on this one. How many cases were in the Professor Layton crossover? I actually don't remember how many cases there were in the Professor Layton crossover. I'm gonna eat this right now.
Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one case save never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective.
He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own.
The first Ace Attorney had 4 with a 5th DLC. Yo, yeah, I know about that. Obviously, I played through that. I'll say, hey, Horizon, welcome to the stream. You think Professor Layton's Ace Attorney had 4? I think it was 4 as well, but I'm not 100% on that. 3 out of what 11 main and spin-off. I will say this, don't tell me how many cases there are in Investigations 2 as well as Great Ace Attorney. Those games are blind to me. I want to find out for myself. And obviously this game is also blind to me as well, so you know. That was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. Layton had 4, but I compared to Dual Destinies in the case that case 4 was long enough to split into 2 cases. All right, that's fair. And let's be real here, the DLC case for Ace Attorney 1, that thing was like as long as the entirety of the original game. Like, I'm pretty sure that was like the longest case in the entire series. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
He only noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Undying loyalty.
I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home.
We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa.
Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air.
And then Edgeworth found his bottom. This remix of Gumshoe's theme is really sweet. It's so cute.
Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But that detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now...
Did you end up cleaning this stupid cravat? I swear to God, girl, if this thing is still covered in your 10-year-old snot. So, do you remember now?
Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while.
Kay! You sure grew up a lot.
Of course! But thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
So does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay.
Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu?
Reminder that he's talking about case 3-4. Yeah, the very beginning of case 3-4 too. Wait, no, 3. Oh wait, sorry. I forgot that 3-4 and 3-5 are two separate cases. Never mind, I got them mixed up. But yeah, the flashback chapter in Trials and Tribulations. So did Edgeworth just stare into space this whole time? Yeah, he was just like staring out for 2 entire streams. He was in episode 8. He was just reminiscing. Exactly.
The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
no, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible.
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
That wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said that was impossible just now.
All right then. How do you explain this?
It's a flip phone. What about it?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing.
Oh, wait.
Yep, that's
Always Lil Thief. I'm stupid. Limit, out of curiosity, have you heard anything about how infamous the last case of this game is? I know nothing about the last case of this game. I know absolutely nothing.
Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagrasu's greatest secret.
And this little gizmo was used by my father. Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor. He was a really great thief, huh?
Yeah, and my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yatagarasi was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasi has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you?
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article.
Yatagarasu sends card to embassy.
But Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card?
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bat told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I just couldn't let it go. So I searched you out so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. I need to find out why it was banned. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth, the ultimate duelist in all of Duel Monsters.
So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end.
Also, hey, Storm.
And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
So he was hiding himself in the police force. No, not even the police force, as a prosecutor this entire time. That's great. This game's last case has a meme song based on it. Remind me to show you when you finish the game. Sure, I'll do that. I'll even put it up on stream. Unless it's a copyright song, in which case I won't.
Kay.
Kay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal.
Even if you are honorable, a thief is still a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu?
I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Kay is precious.
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Owe me for what?
When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes. I will take this case free of charge because I don't think you have any money. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What's with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness.
It's too late for apologies!
Westford, thanks for a raid. We just finished case 4. Burn Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorifically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. The last lean. How was last story? Hope you guys were having fun with that. Unfortunately, I literally just finished the case, so I'm about to end the stream now. Thank y'all for coming out tonight, though, and I appreciate all the support. Y'all been really kind and cool. And I hope the stream was enjoyable for all of you. Oh, you finished the last story? Nice. I actually owned the collector's edition of the game, but I never actually played it. I'm talking about the Wii version, too, mind you. But yeah, everyone, thank you for coming out tonight. Really hope y'all had a good time with the stream. Let me give you guys a heads up for the schedule. All right, next stream will be on, we'll be doing Zenless Zone Zero tomorrow night at, well, whenever I decide to stream it, frankly. I'll try to game for 6 or 7, but y'all know me, I might get tired. If there's any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky and YouTube, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch in there. We're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What's up, Danny? We also do movie nights on Mondays. Like I said, we're doing a superhero movie marathon. We're watching Deadpool on Monday. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up 6. I'm not even going to respond to that. Anyway, we're going to be doing Deadpool next Monday. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. All right. If you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. Going to find ourselves a raid target. Sure. Why not? We'll send you over to Green Power Star. She's currently doing Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. What should we raid with? Mind your P's and U's. Perfect. What should we pair that with, though? What's a good one? You know what? We haven't used this one in a while. Why not? Raid with Mind Your P's and U's. If you're not subscribed, don't worry about it. Just use the emote. As for, like I said, we're going to be raiding Green Power Star, and she is playing Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. Until next time, everyone, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Really appreciate y'all being here. Until next time, everybody, y'all stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Good night, y'all.